By the way, Amy, you helped me delete my scene transition scene. How do I get it back? uh, I just noticed that it happened. I was like, wait a second. Yeah, there was something. My cards are missing. I worked hard on this scene transition. Not as hard as I should have been working on it, but I did work hard on it. Can I just maybe drag and drop it in? Okay, studio mode? New transition. Cut the black. New transition. Who are you, Sonny? Yeah? Okay. Ah, does it affect things? Okay, a chat of the depth and I forgot how it felt like to not be tired. Hi, Blood. Welcome, welcome. Okay. Yeah. Load file, load file, load file. Aha! Okay. I actually... yeah, it's definitely. How do you want to be called? Mia, Stara, what's your preferred name? Mia. Mia? Okay, okay. So I told this stream storytelling art and chill vibes because, I actually need some help. Some of my best stories are created when I have a very funky dream. Not too long ago, I had a really funky dream. But and for this dream, to be turned into a proper story, I need a superpower that is useless. My best, but not like, you know, like, oh, it's like a cool superpower, but it has like really awful conditions to work and that's why it's useless. No, like something that would be in generally relatively useless. My best idea was just to be able to create light, but not like harmful light. It's just like you can make a bubble out of a light bubble. So you can be a glorified flashlight. No, no, no. No, no. No, 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 no. Okay, okay. I will give you the story premise first. That way you can see that this is actually not the idea. So this was like a modern day world, but like people can awake superpowers. The conditions how you awake them is like not really known to this point. So there's just like sometimes randomly someone gets superpowers. There is a hero association who is employing and training people with superpowers to help you know, the city world. It was a small scale thing, so it was just the city. They have like their own news station, they have like their own police forces and stuff, all with people that have like special powers. Usually if you awaken superpowers, the association and the association knows, because you usually will tell them. They literally take you under their wing, and then they make sure that you get a job and everything suited for your superpower most of the time. And there's also a villain group who is causing mischief and definitely like roughing up the hero's feathers. But it's not really about them. It's about this woman who is just like, she's something like an office worker. She worked like for the news report station. And she's like, she gets like into an accident that happened, like she was in a building and this building collapsed because a hero and a couple villains were fighting, and she was more or less casualty. And so the two villains were like locked up with her in this room as they tried to escape, but they treated her kind of okay. Like they made sure that she wasn't hurt by the rubble and stuff. Like they told her to stay calm, and as long as she's not doing any funny business, they will just disappear and she will be rescued in no time. And she then made the remark of like, oh my god, you guys are actually pretty nice guys, aren't you? And they're like, no, don't you know us? We're villains. She's like, yeah, but you're still nicer than my boss. And because they were stuck and because they were stuck in there, the other villains were trying to get the two villains out from like a tunnel. But they had to wait to be rescued. So they were all just sitting there waiting for anything to happen. So they were like, okay, like what did your boss do to for you to think that we are better than him? She's like, oh yeah, like I have to pay every day overtime and not get paid for it. Even though I have like a degree with like new stuff. I'm more of like a glorified like slave in the company. Everyone gives me the work they don't want to do. I'm making coffee. I talk with their wives when they have an affair and make up excuses. You know, the typical thing you do. And they were like, why are you working there? She's like, oh, like, and why are they treating you like this? She's like, oh, it's because I have like a really useless superpower, so they just, so they mock me with that every day. And yeah, because I'm useless in their eyes, they just like give me like the tasks they don't want to do. But they pay really well. And my younger sister is still in college, and she's my only family I have left, and I want her to have everything in life, so I just do my job here and just hope that one day they stop. The villains get out, and she gets obviously like rescued from the normal rescue team, and after this they just like, she becomes friend with the villain group and learns like why they like, she already knew that the Hero Association are all like really big douchebags. Like they have control over politics, they have control over the media, they have control over the law enforcement. Like there will be a news report about a hero saving people out of a house that's collapsed, and he will be celebrated for it. What they don't tell, this hero caused this house to collapse in the first place because he was angry, he punched the wall, the house collapsed. But because they have... yeah, like they... Also because the Hero Association has like the more or less like the monopoly over all the people that have any form of special powers. Like no one can compete with them except for the villains, because they literally just like picked up a bunch of kids and adults that had superpowers and it went under the radar for any reason. And they don't like how the villains literally don't ever get charged with any crimes they do. And drawings to Cupid. Thank you so much. The commission I did. So she's becoming friends with the villain group. Like they see her as like this really nice and wholesome. Like I don't want to call her a pet, but like they just hang out from time to time. And then the interesting part happens. Like her sister awakes superpowers and strong ones, like really strong ones. But she doesn't really want to go into the Hero Association and do like any job they do because she's in college to pursue a very specific job. So they kidnap her. And distressed, our protagonist is going to the villains and be like, they kidnapped my sister, please help me. They obviously help her to free her sister, but she gets severely injured in this thing because she lets the villains in, because she has access, because she is part of the Hero Association, even though she's like a very low tier employee. Her little sister is so enraged that she's like, okay, I want revenge. So the villains built her a weapon that can handle her strong superpower, and go on a hunt for the mayor and the leader of the Hero Association, because they're to blame. And then my dream ended after she, hijacked the very high protected bus they were in. and drag them out to flame them for what they're doing. And I woke up, I was like, that's actually a really fun premise. But then I was like struck with the question, okay, what is a useless superpower? My idea was like light, because that was the most useless thing that I could come up with that you couldn't really use. Like no healing powers, no teleportation, no super strength, no time manipulation. It needed to be something that could still be a superpower, but also like, you know, like they cannot just like find this job for you. Like, she's a glorified flashlight, but I'm not sure if that is a good, bad superpower. That's why I was like... Mm. Mm. Yeah, but... Hmm? Yeah, that's... I know that. That's why I had like such a hard time to find a superpower that like would the majority of people deem useless, and because of classism inside of the association would mistreat her. Like she was never supposed to have like her superpower moment. It was more of a, she's a really nice person who's really smart and all, but because the system is screwed, she's, you know, like getting mistreated. But because she's too nice of a person, she's not really doing anything against it. She's doing something against it the moment like someone she cared for was actually in danger, and she met people that were screwed over by the system too, because she just thought she was like, you know, like she was like the case of like, yeah, that happens from time to time, but like she was not powerful enough or strong-minded enough to go against the system on her own, so she just like swallowed it and became an office worker, even though she had superpowers. But yeah. Hi. um like that, like that's what I was not sure about. Like in my dreams, she never specified what her superpower was. She just specified that it was that it. Ooh. She was like, she never, like I wanted to be something that, you know, like has like some minor usage, but like in the majority of the time she would probably not use it too often, or it is like something that, you know, like modern technology had done better by now. But I thought like, hmm. This should always call that. Yeah. that is com that is why I asked you guys, because like my best idea was just like, you know, like superpower that is more or less the light cantrip. She can like touch something or can create some, or like just create a bubble that is light, but it's not like blinding. Where if everything has lights? Yeah, but if she can only make a small amount of light around herself, she would be a very, very crappy torch, and they would make way better progress without having a more or less civilian person like stand around. She's not pretty enough for this. She's just like a. Oh yeah, you always blind yourself. I would. I think not really that it harms her, but like, you know, like if you're like in an association with a bunch of people that can teleport, can lift heavy objects, can use ice powers and whatnot, she's like the one that gets sent out to, oh, grab my suit from the cleaning service and make me a coffee, and oh, my wife is calling, tell her I'm out, or something like this. Or here, like, read all of those like fan letters and sort them, kind of like. That's an interesting idea. Like I was hoping that this superpower was like, you know, like for like generally like you would not become a hero, you would not become like any important role because your power is not like that fancy and flashy. But like in day-to-day life, it could sometimes be, you know, like you have like telekinesis power, but you can only lift something that is like below a kilogram. So you could. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, like the thing is like um like I had this like ground idea that like because her power is nothing. um um yeah, like Oh. Okay. So, yeah, like, here's just super. No, it's fine. It's fine. Uh, yeah, like the idea was that like because like trigger warning for this word or whatsoever, because like everyone with superpowers, especially that work there, have like this elitism like mindset. They all think they're better. I wanted her power to be something they would look down upon because they think her superpower is not as cool as theirs, and she, you know, like, oh yeah, like you can be happy you're allowed to work with us. Like a bunch of them are like the people that usually work there are jerks. Yeah, like that could be an idea that was similar to what Eden said. Like she doesn't have like super cold powers, but she has like very like cool, like you know, like she can like very slightly change the temperature of something. So they like like they just hand her like a cup of cold coffee and like warm this up for me again. And then when she wants to go to the microwave, like no, warm it up here now. That's the only thing you're useful for. Like they well, would you do that if well, would you do that if you have only your sister as your last living relative that needs to be taken care of, and you know this person and know this person in front of you would not go in jail for murdering you? Like that is her problem. Like she lost her parents relatively early, and the relatives they have live way too far away. So she decided to take, and she didn't want to be separated from her sister, so she took on the role of the mother and just takes care of her sister. But because college is not free, and you know living expenses are not free, this is like the job where she doesn't have to do like 5 different jobs to get them through. So she's like, you know, like bottling up all this frustration over her job because like this is the well-paid thing, and she should be thankful that she got superpowers because otherwise she wouldn't get this well-paid job that is living hell. Like that's how she was like brainwashing herself to accept like every mistreatment she got there because she didn't saw a better option until like she meets a bunch of people that are like, hey, you're like smart, you can do like a bunch of things, why does your the news office doesn't let you handle those kinds of things? Like, yeah, no, that this is handled by James. James has this like cool like levitating powers that he uses to like do things, and this is covered by Miss Luna because has like this really impressive powers and everyone respects her, and that's why she's the news teller because she's pretty and she can like make her hair glow. I don't know, like I have that would be interesting too because like the story is supposed to be about like how like a corrupt system can look good on the outside and awful on the inside, and also like how sometimes meeting the right people can make you like elevate yourself. Like, you know, sometimes you need like supporting friends to see that you can do things you never tried before you because you were too scared to try it. They're not evil. Like, when they fight, they make sure that no civilians are getting harmed. And they try to, like, keep, like, they're not attacking, like, anyone that is not involved. They attack heroes and heroes only, and they try to keep the battles away from, like, busy streets and roads. The only problem is, the heroes don't do that. So they drag those battles in the open daylight to get more fame that they fight an evil organization, causing a lot of people getting harmed in the process, even though those villains don't want that. Stay hydrated. Okay. I'll drink something. Well, looking for the chat message I was looking for. There it is. No, it sounds cool. And I understand how it functions when you put it on there, but I never saw that. Hmm? How about not the reverse thing? Like she could just touch something that would send out those waves and just like make them audible. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. And she's like, da 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 da. Looks incredibly confused. Mercy go brrr. She if her power is to actually just amplify vibrations, and no matter if they're like sound related or something, imagine what chaos she could cause with that if used correctly. Like she could like yeah, like yeah, like why are you not like somewhere predicting when earthquakes happen? She's like, oh yeah, so that is William's job. He has like not too strong, but he can see the future, so he is on catastrophe lookout duty. Oh. Mm. That is very cool, but I kind of want my baby girl not to be in more danger than she already is. But that's a really cool premise. There's so many things. How about you go eat, Amy, and I will let Eden tell me some more of those things. Yeah. Ah. Oh. Oh, how about if we give her that? Like, she's just like, oh, you got like the worst kind of like telekinesis. You can think about you know, like you can lift a stack of paper. But how about that? There's actually like she thinks she can only lift things she can think she would be able to lift, but in actuality, she could lift anything with this kind of power. She just needs to have the mindset that she could lift it. So as long as she believes she can lift an entire boulder, she can lift an entire boulder. And doesn't feel it in her arms and doesn't get strained by it. But it's like a mindset thing. That way no one noticed it. Like she got in and got tested for her superpowers, and then they just like put her in front of like, I don't know, like an entire car and like, okay, now lift this. And instead of explaining to her that she maybe should think about lifting it, they're just like, okay, now lift this. And she tries to lift it. She doesn't believe she can lift the car because she just like went in like, I got superpowers, could you help me please? I don't know, I think I have super strength or something like this. And so they're just like, oh, you got like mediocre telekinetic strength. So you can lift a stack of paper without straining your arms. Congratulations, woman. I think we have use for you in an office. Yeah. With your noodle arms, you should have no problems carrying stacks of papers. Let's check it out. She can make soft served ice cream at will. She what? She poops ice cream? Yeah. And they all know. actually, that is such a recycling of food because she will never have waste. It's just like very weird to, instead of go to the toilet, she's like pooping into an ice cream container. No one tell him. That... Ah, ice cream. Also think... Also, thank you for the self-care package. I enjoyed it. I ate a slice of cucumber. I got... I went out yesterday... No, the day before yesterday. Yeah, on Tuesday. I went out with my mom and ate some ice cream. It was very nice to eat ice cream again. Chocolate and vanilla with chocolate sauce. Okay, she has big ears. Not completely this item, but I learned about a mutant that poops ice cream. One thing that sounded really interesting is was it Superboy? With the um, Superboy had like the telekinesis when you touch things. Ina's good. Tactile telekinesis. Yeah, so that could be an interesting idea because it's that how about like she can only lift things she thinks she can lift. So they thought she can only like lighten like when she lifts something she doesn't feel it if she believes she can lift it. So a stack of paper she can lift with ease without straining her arms. But they just like put her like for the testing in front of a car and told her to lift the car, and she just believed she couldn't lift the car, so she couldn't lift the car. But later on she learns that she can lift everything as long as she thinks she can lift it. You know, it's like a, you know, like you just need to put your mind to it kind of things. It's a mindset power. Um that could be something. I don't know if I want it to be strength related. I am trying to think if there's another power that you could like have like this, that it's like, okay, like if she doesn't think she could do it, she cannot do it. But if she does think she can do it, she can actually do like amazing things. But no one like ever thought about it to motivate her and be like, hey, we believe in you, you can do it. And suddenly she can lift the entire car kind of mindset. My yeah, like yeah, like yeah, it yeah. Yeah, like that's why I wanted to like I usually when I was like thinking about it was like I don't want a superpower that is like had like these really weird restrictions, like I don't know, you can only fly if you're naked or something like this, or like you can only turn invisible when no one is looking at you, kind of bad superpower. I wanted one that, you know, like could be convenient in some situations, but most of the time people have like technology and other things that do those things way better than the superpower can do. Like heat up a drink. You cannot heat it up like super hot to like burn someone really with it. It's just like you can make something like pleasantly warm or pleasantly cool. You cannot freeze anything, you cannot make anything like boiling hot. You can only do like a very limited amount of space or liquid this temperature. So it's not really that you can like go somewhere where something needs constant cooling and you just like stand there and cool it the entire day to save energy. It's more of a, oh yeah, like it's like the amount of like maybe 2 cups of coffee is the amount of like density she can heat or warm. Heat or cool down. Something like this was like the idea of like how useless her power should be. Oh yeah. Yep. Violence. Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, I wouldn't mind if her power could be useful, like to a certain degree. I don't want her to become overpowered with it. Like, I certainly don't want her to like join the villain group and just become their most powerful asset. That is probably her little sister who actually got like um they gave in my dream they gave her a gun that can like convert her power into literally just like a like some sort of an energy bullet, and because her powers are so strong she can literally fire for everything she desires to, because like it's very strong. So it was like a very like raw power, but with the right tools she could like control it really easily. I didn't really decided what her sister's powers are either yet. I just knew like her sister was strong enough that the Hero Association saw her as like a valuable asset or a serious threat. So after she said, no, I don't want to be part of the Hero Association, I want to become an artist or whatever she studied. I don't know, she was just studying. They kidnapped her, in quotation marks, for her own good. Like, also like the like light and shadow, like that they had like a bit opposite powers, but but like the younger sister's power like looked so much more flashy than the older sister. I This shadow puppet thing sounds so cute. Like she can like control shadows to a certain degree, but like the best thing she can do are like one or two shadow puppets, but because they're only like really small, they cannot really do much. Like they can like the shadow puppets she creates are always like relatively small, because she only learned how to do small shadow puppets because maybe she got her powers when she was like just after her parents died, and she like her powers awaken, and like she has now this little sister that was crying all day and all night because they're now orphans, and so she just with her newfound powers she made like those little shadow puppets to like make them like dance for her little sister, play with her, so that she would be less lonely and be a bit more cheered up. She doesn't know that she can make giant shadow golems, kind of deal. Like they're always when she had to like show her power to the association, she made like two small shadow puppets. She's like I can only make two because I have to control them with my hands, and I only have two hands, so I can only control two at the same time. Yes, it's been forever, but yes. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, like I don't want her power to be like, oh, like she was just too stupid to understand it. I yeah, it would be cool if like the new villain friends she make like maybe like think a bit more outside of the box. But I don't want her to look like she was too stupid to understand her own powers. More of a her powers had for in this society no use. The Hero Association couldn't find a good use for her powers either, so they gave her like this one job that she had to do and be happy about that she got one, because she's still signed under the Hero Association. Yeah, like oh my god, that sounds like absolutely out of context, this idea, but it would actually work because since I had the stream, I was like thinking, okay, so what would like like when they're like locked in there, like in this rebel thing, like how would the villains know a better way to get out than wait for the rescue team to put the building parts to the side? Of course they don't want to get caught and stuff. And how would she start a conversation with them? And I had the idea that they were just sitting there and they were like on like this, not phone, but like they were like on comms with one of their like team members, and like, okay, so we're like inside of this building's basement now because the top part like fell down and we don't know how to get out and we don't want to get caught by the heroes, police, or anything. And they were like just like frustratedly brainstorming how to get out um without causing any more ruckus when the rescue team actually arrives. And she was just telling them, well, there's like an old like underground like sewer system there, or like an old like train station that goes along that, like pretty close to the basement. So probably they could break through the wall without causing more to break down and escape through that hole. And then I was like, how do you know that? She's like, oh yeah, well, I'm working for the news station, and I have to, you know, like do the paperwork for everything they don't care for. So I had to write the report that this part was like being vacant for some time now, and they would talk about rebuilding it, but they didn't do it anyway. So that's why I know it's there, but no one cares. But if she would have like, she could like detect water sources, she could be like, oh, I know it because I can sense water, and I sense water on the other side, and it's a lot, so it's probably the sewer system. You know, that is it yeah. Um that is now, that's like a good idea, but like it's a not really well working idea, because if you put something like put a price tag on something, prices change all the time. Like, yeah, like, but that would be really overpowered soon. Yeah. Like the same goes like um mm, mm. Yeah, so the next thing for the $5 worth is like there are like if it's a liquid worth $5, do you know like that different like things can be liquid at different temperatures? She could literally like summon things. Uh, she could summon like liquid nitrogen and stuff like this. Like, and that is incredibly. Hmm. Um. Yeah, like I know the other thing that needs to be considered. She was thoroughly tested by the Hero Association. So like yes, if she a normal civilian wouldn't think of the liquid nitrogen thing, the Hero Association are like experts on those things, so they would probably consider it. That's why I want her superpower to like even sound to heroes probably more or less useless. That they even said, like we have 5 guys that can do exactly what you do, but better. Um, hmm. Like there's so many options, and I don't want to make her like, oh, okay, so you're the butt of, like she is the butt of every joke, but I don't want her friends to make her the butt of every joke kind of like power. So we're just like thinking, okay, so something that is like for the people that think for their own gains and the greater good. Usually not the greater good, but their own gains. But people that think that way and very capitalistic, if they cannot exploit her powers to make more money, they don't deem her powers as like useful enough. So if she's not like a very like good like radar to like discover things like faster than the dude before her could, or she has like powers she could actually use for combat and or like support in any way, like healing or making like massive like energy shields that could help people. If she's not able to do that, she's like getting the, you know, like the jobs that no one wants to do in this association, but someone has to do them, and they're elite people, so even their janitors are like people with superpowers. Hi, Toxic! Oh, if she could do that, they would probably like put her like on duties for like beauty treatments. She would definitely get it. If she could make skin softer, even if it's just for a short period of time, they would exploit her for that. Like she would like be like hooked up with a makeup designer and like some other people that do like some beauty routines for celebrities, and then they would just let her like, you know, like do the skin softening treatment. They would exploit her for that. Sounds like an awful power, but I could immediately think of something to make money out of it. Especially if it's not blasting. I never really had, like, I was never really bothered too much by too soft pasta. Yeah. No, I get it, I get it. Oh. That was me! Mm. Mm. Oh, like milk jelly. Oh god. Oh! It's because, like... No, so, the thing is, the Discord window is Matrix Monday, but for some reason, apparently because I have a different window open right now, it thinks it's a different Discord output. Otherwise find... It says otherwise find window with the same type.
Yeah, that just straight up doesn't ever work.
And because of that, oh god, I forgot to check if Discord was picked up. Please say something again.
Something
Hello.
again.
Okay,
Was
so...
that just YouTube, or is that every
No,
platform?
every platform didn't hear you guys for the
No.
for the last 2
The
hours.
VOD, not the VOD. Well, just so you know, chat, we were talking about the ice cream dimension. Do you have questions? No, you don't.
We were talking about pooping ice cream and useless superpowers.
Mm-hmm. I mean, hey, free ice cream. That's not really useless power, is it?
No. Like,
It fucking should be.
like my
You'll never know until you take a lick.
like who was the first person that actually tried this ice cream to figure out if it was actually good? Like, did she herself
Probably
try
her.
it? I don't know if I would be brave enough to stick whatever came out of my back door in my mouth.
Hey, it's someone's kink.
It's just true. Like,
One person's kink is another person's power.
yeah, like, I checked that my music was picking up. And all. But I completely forgot to check if Discord is picking up.
Well, Amy's got the word.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just like mostly me just rambling while doing art. People will forgive me, the 2 people that will maybe watch it.
So Maho, if you if you can poop any food, what would it be?
Don't
I'm
answer
thinking
that as a trick question.
lasagna.
No, nothing hot. Like the problem is if it's something hot, like you will burn your ass cheeks.
The cold lasagna dimension.
And
Why
extremely cold, but
do I
also
hang
probably
out with
uncomfortable.
The people that I hang out with.
Amy? Well, what Maho's thinking.
Probably chocolate. Colors to say.
No, that would be worse.
No. You don't want to pick anything brown colored. Like that's the one thing, the one colored item you can't choose.
Cookie dough.
The core chocolate
Crunchy.
chips, the corn of the ice cream dimension.
You're awful.
You guys realize, like, on my not safe for work sheet for King, I have got her kinks and I have got hard nose. The only thing in hard nose that is not like a trigger point for me is scat.
Yeah, same. But Eden started it.
I didn't started it. X-Men started it. I'm just willing to finish it.
Yes, it certainly sounds like you are willing to finish it.
What would I choose? Ooh, bubblegum would be awful. Like
Well,
obviously
that
I
hurts
wouldn't
me
choose
thinking
it, but
about this.
yeah, exactly. That's why it came to mind. Like now I'm thinking of what the most inconvenient would be. Obviously, if you ever want anyone to be able to eat it and it not to be 100% useless and a waste of food, you can't choose anything brown. It's just the rule. Like, it is insane that she chose to try and get someone to taste brown flavored in that picture. Like, you have to start with at least vanilla. Like, the purest vanilla to prove it, you know?
Do you trust me? No. How much do you trust me? No.
Hot sauce would also be awful. Permanent burning sensation. You guys know you could change the subject, right?
Yeah.
I'm adamantly trying to.
Okay, going back. So what could the little
Turkey.
sister's superpower be? Like something that is that you know, like the moment it awakes and get known that she can use it, like everyone wants her to be like to join the association ASAP, and they want her as the new poster child.
Let's go with the nice generic stuff, like, telekinesis. And then again, just be like, okay, she is, like, way more powerful than all of our telekineticists that we've got so far.
How
Like,
about
what can you do with your power? I can make it, like, a degree warmer over there. Okay, what can your sister do with her power? Oh, she can, like, literally summon subarctic storms to engulf an entire nation.
Yeah, like
Oh,
I
You can.
The reason this I just came up with, but the reason why the sister probably is like on their radar is when her power awoken, she was outside and had a power outburst. So like she awoken her powers and for the first couple minutes didn't know how to turn them off again. So she was literally causing like some hazard there until she figured it out how to turn it off and control it a little bit. And that's how she was immediately on their radar.
If these are the kind of plot lines you're interested in pursuing, I would recommend you watch, at the very least, if you don't have time for the TV series, go and watch like the X-Men movies, because a lot of those go into the sort of like, hey, this is the first time my power's activated, and like, hey, this is a really useless power that I haven't thought of a way to use yet. It's just a really good like exploration of that genre before the fucking every single isekai protagonist ever got their hands on it, you know?
Yeah, like, I don't really consume much superpower. Like, there's, like, Tiger and Bunny, I think it's called. What is, like...
I love Tiger and Bunny.
It's, like, you know, you have, like, this hero, like, you know, like, heroes are, like, a part of just, like, day-to-day life. And they're, like, having sponsors and all. And... I never watched it. I just know the premise of it. And it's, like, really exploring, like, how... like high-ranked heroes are just like getting all the sponsors, and if you don't like, if you can't, they sometimes steal each other's job away just to become more famous. They become idols and other things on the side, and actors. And like, I usually don't consume much of this medium, like in general, but I really just like the idea of like, okay, this story is not like mainly focused on like this super overpowered protagonist that can just do amazing things. It's like the point of view of like a woman who just tried to get by every day in a society that just like literally brought back like a hard class system, and she, even though she got powers, she got like in the she got
brought back. Good call. Good one.
Yeah, like hard brought back. Like now it's like, you know, like, we have a class system, we don't talk about it, but like a very visual representation of people just knowing they're better. And even though she got superpowers, she's still like at the bottom row of everything, because her powers weren't deemed as like as something good. And now but she slowly like got in contact with people that did amazing things and realized, wait a second, like, I was turning a blind eye on all of this. I'm not happy with this, but I never knew I could do anything. But my new friends want to do something against it, so I just help them here and there with like the limited amount of like access and power I have, because like every like small deed could like still help. And when her sister got involved, she like threw away all her fears and tried to everything she could to save her, knowing very well it puts herself in danger. And she gets hurt by it. Like, the fact that she's like, for being like someone with superpowers, she's still like very at the bottom and very vulnerable. Like, you know, like the power of a normal person, like stepping up to do something. And like helping people to see like, oh, because you're and have like, you know, like crappy superpowers, or you have no superpower, doesn't mean like superheroes are allowed to step on you.
I mean, hey, superheroes are allowed to step on me. Ow.
I've seen some of the fan art out there. I've drawn some of the fan art out there.
Who's your favorite superhero, Maho? Who's your favorite superhero, Amy?
No, not after you fucking ripped
Oh, yeah, well, you know.
About Belle.
That's a good question.
Come on. Be not like other girls.
When I just go like if I go for like the ones I actually consumed movies of, then probably Spider-Man and Deadpool. Those were the
You
ones
know what? I think Deadpool is about as close to the not like the other girls pick as you can get. Yeah.
No, that's not like other boys.
Exactly.
If I go for like just like pure like looks and aesthetics, it's definitely a Gwenpool. Like everything I know about her is just like very funny. And then like my knowledge about superheroes are starting to seep.
Yeah, like my favorite hero entirely based on appearance because she's got like one comic. There is an X-Man called Pixie. And she's just like she's a tiny little like a girl with wings, and she's got pink hair, and she's beautiful, and I love her design. But she's literally like only in one comic, and I'm mad.
She's in one of the movies.
Is she?
Yep. Days of Future Past, I think, or the one after that.
I haven't seen either of the flashback ones.
Yeah, it's when they're going to recruit people. She's a stripper, and or more accurately, a mutant of the night.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to call the stream here. I've got other things I need to do. I will be right back. Which movie was it, Eden?
One of the Days of Future. No, not Days of Future Past, but the other one.
I mean, like I joke, but like I'm gonna Google it.
Oh, they did her dirty. So.
Yeah, I'm aware. Pixie is a 2020 live-action Irish heist comedy drama featuring Olivia Cook, Ben Hardy, Daryl McCormack, Cole Meany, Dylan Moran, Chris Wally, and Alec Baldwin, following the daughter of a gangster who goes on the run after a heist goes wrong.
Is that?
I don't think that's
is
the
that
one I'm looking
Marvel?
for.
Is that Marvel?
No, that is the Google AI being awful.
No, I asked the real Pixie. Is that from Marvel? I wanted to look how
Yes, it's X-Men. So she is a mutant. Does it actually say what her powers are? She can create pixie dust, causing auditory and visual hallucination. She flies via insectoid wings, and she has been taught to cast spells as well.
Okay, if I type in now Pixie Marvel X-Men stripper, do I find like a scene where she's doing?
That's what I'm trying to find. Yeah.
If you find it, share it with me. Like I watch sometimes like superhero stuff, but not too much. Oh. I was never really into Marvel.
An alternate universe variant of Pixie appears in Secret Wars. This version is a member of the Runaways and former lover of Jubilee.
It's the AI again, isn't it?
No, Wiki. So probably.
It's in X-Men First Class.
Angel Salvador. That ain't it.
Ein Tornado zieht Hazel in eine magische Welt, in der Realität und Fantasie miteinander verschmelzen. Erlerne eine uralte Webkunst und erkunde eine liebevoll handgefertigte Welt.
They do have the same powers though, by the look of it.
Yeah, that's the like. Okay, so they've just what they did was they took Pixie and then just like took her powers and then gave it to a new character that they made up for the movie.
This is the closest I can find to a picture of her being a stripper. Where's my
In 1962, Angel was working as a stripper when she was approached by Charles Xavier and Eric Lenshire. I think that's how you say, I don't know. Who persuaded her to join the X-Men. Angel met her other teammates, and they got acquainted by giving themselves code names. Oh yeah, she was there for that scene. During the Hellfire Club attacked the Division X. Blah 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 blah.
Here's the version of Pixie that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I saw that picture. When I looked her up.
There's the scene where she pretends to take her shirt off.
Oh, Jesus,
then it cuts.
loud.
Want
Oh,
to
of course,
watch
that's
it,
coming
but-
through voice chat. I can't play that then because that will definitely get myself copyright struck.
Yeah.
I'll play it muted.
One second, guys.
When the men see boobies.
But it's an interesting idea that like her wings are like her tattoo.
Don't tell Uwu.
No, he's got enough tattoos. Christ, the animation on these is awful.
Yeah.
Anyway, left that.
Oh god, so, yes, some of the like stuff they're doing. There's like, when was this filmed? I don't want to roast it too hard.
It's like early to late 2010s, I think, maybe.
For that, it's
been a
good.
while. It's been a while.
Yeah, for that,
Yeah.
it's good. Like,
X-Men First Class came out in 2011.
I should have done this on a different player, shouldn't I, for time? How's Samurai Jack, Amy, and Wolfie looking? I'm currently working on like actually shading and texturing them, so probably less Samurai Jacky. Real cute though. Your face is real cute though. Hey, I got him.
Okay. I got more or less the sketch down. For the dress. It's very rough sketch, but
I have no idea how to fucking draw and texture leather. I probably should go and get several reference images for this. It goes lighter, not darker for a start, so...
okay, I need a reference how to draw butterflies.
You need butterflies for?
In the character reference sheet, she has written down the butterfly in her hair is super important. But like from her reference, it looks more like a bow, so I need like a reference on how to draw a butterfly, so I can give her a butterfly in her hair. I already decided that I made the butterfly angled, so I only have to really draw one wing.
What's Eden doing with her time? What important project are you working on?
Procrastinating. I was just enjoying the chat.
What important project should Eden be working on?
I don't know. I don't have any commissions because it's the only commission that I possibly do have turns out won't be paid for.
Do you not have ones that you've already sold?
No, Amy, she's talking
not at the
about you.
moment. Yeah.
No, I mean like genuinely, do you not have ones that you've already sold?
Not at the
Like-
moment. No.
Like Kirby's and whatnot? Did you finish all of those?
I sorted it out with some other stuff, yeah. And I reimbursed part of it. So I still want to do art for her regularly anyway, but
Yeah, yet, so. Cool.
Because some of those people that like she commissioned me to do Kirby Sonas of, she doesn't talk to anymore, so made it a bit awkward.
The fragility of the internet.
Yeah. I've got something to draw. I just hyping myself up, so to speak.
I believe in you.
You can do
Thanks.
it. Why is it so difficult to draw a butterfly?
Video game music time. I just played it. Did you know? Were you tabbed out?
Who's there? What did you play?
Maurice requested a Chrono Cross song.
What's Chrono Cross about again? It's like the Dragon Ball art style RPG, right?
Yeah, that's what everybody knows it for. You spaced. Oops. All right, I'll queue it back up, but don't think this makes you special.
It makes you special.
Chrono Trigger sequel. I assume that's in response to what's Chrono Cross about.
See, whenever people bring up that series, I always get it confused with the fucking like on rails shooter where they fucking like time travel with dinosaurs and stuff.
I think you just mashed up like 4 different games.
No, it was on PS3.
Are you thinking about Turok or Dino Crisis? Or Time Splitters?
I think it's Time Splitters, yeah.
That was PS2, babe.
Oh, they had a PS3 one as well. And then most of them were arcades. Right? I'm sure I had it on PS3. Because it came in a 3-pack of on-rail shooters.
How big are butterfly antennas? Not that big.
Oh, would you look at that? In a playlist of over 1,700 songs, it purely coincidentally just happened to play again. What are the odds of that, eh, Morris? You're welcome.
You're special.
Okay.
And shrimp. Ah, you guys are killing me. Ah,
My back.
asterisks by helping me. End asterisks. Alright, we've got the break coming up, but
What do you mean, but?
well,
But nothing.
I took a break to go and have food, so it's only actually been an hour since I've like been at the PC.
I don't know. Sounds like excuses to me.
What I'm saying is, I might just like do a Balatro hand and then come back to the art and reset the break timer. How are
I'd
you
rather
two
you
for-
work yourself to the bone than play Balatro. No, I'm kidding.
How are you two for the end of this sentence?
Well, once you go on an actual break, I'll decide on what I'm doing and commit to it.
An actual break?
Yeah.
Well, I will just like if you had my stream open, I should probably just share to Discord.
I can see a stream.
Okay. As you can see, I have like the sketch for the person done. I need some like feedback for the plushie because she wanted she asked very nicely if one of her OCs could be the plushie instead of an animal. Like very simplified, and I said, yeah, I can do that. So
Very simplified.
oh yeah, it would just like get a dress and get like some hair that is made out of yarn and stuff like this, like very simplified kind of doll. But like there are like 2 pictures in that folder, so I don't exactly know which character she wanted for that. So I'm thinking of leaving the sketch now because I have the body done.
I'm
And
sending it to her.
yeah, the problem is you cannot really send pictures over Blue Sky. So I probably will just like make a whip post of this. So she
Yeah,
can
so-
see it.
With mine, because I did I took a com over Blue Sky. We just DM'd on Discord for the actual images.
Yeah, I asked her if I can get reference, and she sent me a Google Drive link with like a folder with like the pictures inside. That's the things I used, but like I'm not sure if I should just like finish her completely, because the the doll will like cover a lot, and I don't really intend to line art like a bunch of things that will be covered anyways, if that makes sense. Especially because her dress has like very intricate patterns. I don't want to sit down and draw more patterns than I need to. Also, thank you, Blood.
I would just send her an image of this and be like, hey, can't go any further until you let me know which of the OCs you want as the doll.
Yeah, I DM'd her already. I just have to wait until she replies. I have other things I can work on, so I probably just like stretch my back and move my hands a little bit and maybe eat something sweet, and then I will just work on a different piece.
Good idea.
All right then. It's break time, say the ladies. I'll see you all when I get back. I'm gonna go and make a drink. Oh, I need to refill my water actually, so that works. Love you all. BRB.
Bye-bye.
We'll go to the BRB the moment I saved. Two, three. Okay, BRB guys.
I still need to actually go take a break, so I'll do that in a minute. But
I love that my transition is not synced anymore.
I'm doing more art practice, by the way.
Doing what now?
Art
More art
practice.
practice.
So we probably
Just
probably get more
small
like
pieces.
doodles that we both be like, oh my god, Eden, make this your character here. This is amazing. Kind of.
Yeah,
one.
you did one. Yeah, you did one that
Oh.
Maho liked. Now you gotta do one that I like.
Okay. Time to focus on drawing titties.
You joke, but yeah.
I mean, hey, I need to work on drawing body proportions, so...
Yeah, get like a nice leggy piece. Like,
Gosh,
unironically, one of the best things I did for art practice is just like go and look at other people's your character here's, because those are usually very good, very interesting poses that are relatively hard to do. So just like literally search your character here and pick ones that you like and try and just recreate that just as practice.
Yeah, those have like really cool poses and things. I definitely like. I sometimes like. Oh, I did like a Chibio character here, and it's like it's like decent. And then I just like because it was close to Valentine's Day, I saw someone else's Yo character here that was like a full size drawing with like the character already wore like an outfit and stuff. And this was so gorgeous, and I was sitting there like, oh, and I made 2 chibis. Yay,
That's one thing I want to do is just get a Yo character here that already has an outfit, like one of those fucking meme, like, hey, draw your character in this outfit kind of things.
Yeah.
Because then I've already done like 3/4 of the work. All I've got to do is change the eye color and the hairstyle, you know?
Yeah.
Did you unmute?
I have unmuted. That's why I said my.
And then I said, that's not already unmuted, that's my wife!
That's why I said that my.
Who's not your good wife? Good to know.
That's why I said my transition is all unsynced, because it changes the scene before the cards fall down. I haven't really figured out how to, like make this work again properly. Probably just have to delay the time when the scene switches, to that it switch when the cards are covering the screen. But I didn't want to do the fine-tuning now. Loads?
Why am I loading?
Oh no, not you. My artwork.
Ma doesn't think I'm a pretty picture.
You are a pretty
Well,
picture,
you're
but
a
you're
whole
not
as animation.
but you're not buffering. I don't need to load you to appreciate your prettiness.
I don't know. Unloading her could make her feel pretty.
Well, you're not wrong.
There we have the cool pose. Okay. So, how to snout?
How to snout. I find with chibis it's actually very easy. You don't. That's it. You're welcome. It's like, so you're already used to doing like a like a nose for chibis. Just
Mhm.
make it slightly bigger. It doesn't need to be snout shaped. You know, for example.
Mm. Whoops. Okay. Amy, you're getting back into writing. Let's talk a little bit
I
about
am.
what you did in your server. And why Maho invaded his space already. Also, you need to give me a little bit more about details about Amy. Like, who was she before you know you were Amy?
Oh, that was just the main character's ex. Or current girlfriend, I guess. That was one of those very typical, hey, I just got off a breakup, come and come over and talk to me. We've been best friends for years and years and years. And like, you know, we were gonna date when we were kids, but then I got a boyfriend and you got a girlfriend, and now I've just broke up and I'm all lonely and vulnerable, and come over and let me cry into your lap. And then, you know, the sex happens, and he's like, man, that sex was so good, I'm gonna go and break up with Amy tomorrow.
Ooh, that kind of things. Interesting, interesting.
Yeah, like I said, I was just reading through my just various things to make sure that like they were okay to post in the server, and I just found that, and I was like, neat. That's weird seeing my name like that written by me.
I really want to, like, I put it into the quotes things because I have this weird thing, like, you know how people say, oh, I don't like listening to my own voice, or I don't like reading my old stuff? I don't have this. Like, yeah, I have some things that I look at after years, be like, oh my god, that's like awful, cringe, bad, Maho, bad. But usually, if I wrote something or like recorded myself something, I like to listen to my own streams and just like hear myself say something dumb and stupid. I can laugh about my own jokes. This is how awful I am. Like, I can laugh about my own jokes, knowing that they're not funny. So,
That's not awful. That's just basic maintenance.
So, when I like cut this story into pieces to post it, I had it like written down in my notes, and in my server I posted it as a PDF file for people to scroll through. But for yours, I just like cut it into pieces, and I had those like 1.5 comic pages I did, and I forgot to post them with the where they belong to. So I had to like read like through the story again to find the passage, so I can be like, oh, and those pages belong to this segment over there. And then I just decided to continue reading, and then I've stumbled upon like probably one of my favorite quotes a character ever said. That's probably peak Maho writing. I will never peak over that. Where's your server? I want to read that out again. I just found this so funny. It has no right to be that funny to me. General... Where's the quote? Quotes there. Completely baffled, Susanna needed a moment to understand these two idiots who haven't married yet just because she's too humble for her own good and her brother is too love-drunk to and rather sulks than stops spoiling her. I just loved that and was like, oh my god, that is peak Maho writing. I will never get past this point of calling two of my characters that I wrote myself idiots for not being married yet, because they're both idiots. Absolute buffoons.
They're idiots for not being married yet, because they're idiots.
Yeah, like, in this story, she's just like, oh yeah, she wants him to sign, what is the contract you sign before marriage? What is this thing called?
Prenup? Like prenuptial agreement?
Yeah, a prenup. Yeah, so she wants, like, this entire story is like about her like healing over the fact that she got a lot of trauma from the past, and just because she got isekai, her trauma didn't got cured. And like, you know, like the way to save self-love and stuff. And this is literally the part that is more or less like the after story, that little bit that happens afterwards of she's living now with her lover, but they're not married yet. And his sister comes home after 5 years of, you know, just leaving the country one day because she's decided, you know, like this neighborhood country, I found love with the prince, I'm going to marry him now. Bye, mom and dad. Bye, little brother. That's like, this woman had like, if she set her mind to something, she would do it, and she would never regret the decision because it's her own decision. Like, even if something bad happens, she's not mad over it because it was her decision to do something. And then she meets like the girlfriend of his brother, who's the absolute opposite, like very meek, nervous all the time, doesn't talk to people. There are so many rumors about this woman. And yeah, like, she doesn't like her at first. And then she heard that them argue about a prenup that he doesn't want to sign. And so she thinks, oh my god, this vile woman, this vixen, wants to like take all the money and land of my little brother, who's just too good for this world. And then like she actually has a conversation with her and learns it's not that, it's the other way around. She wrote a prenup that says that if they ever divorced at some point. She would have no rights to any of the land. She would have no rights of any of the money. She would have no rights to anything that was like purchased or like obtained during the marriage, and she would not get any compensation afterwards, because she thought, yeah, no, like, he's making all the work, like, it would be unfair that if we ever would split up, that he would have to take care of me afterwards too. And he doesn't want to do that, because, like, no, I'm not signing something that would literally be awful for you afterwards. And when the sister finally realized it, she had exactly this quote. And she first thought about this, and then she said it out loud into her face and calls her an idiot. And like, you're both idiots. Absolutely buffoons. Dorks. You're She was certainly baffled. Like, oh my god. You love each other very much. You want to spend the rest of your life with each other. You cannot imagine being without the other person. The only thing that is missing is a ring. And you're not accepting the ring because you're too humble. And he doesn't want to give in because he prioritizes spoiling you. Good gracious. I love idiot couples like this.
I love idiots. Maho 2025.
Yeah, like, oh my god, then I need
Well,
to...
a trillionaire? No. I'm literally about to die, like, right now. Yay!
Yay, you died, or yay, you survived?
No, I died.
Aw.
I got a legendary Joker, which has got Jokers that have got insane abilities. Unfortunately, I didn't have the money to use its ability.
Also, you should be careful with the bikini that Amy wears. This is a very orange-brown, and it very fades into her skin. Fur. Whatever. Like, I know it's there, but I still had to squint a little bit. But the armor looks really good.
Oh, thank you. That's what the client wanted, so the client can have an almost naked Amy. I think I need to toddle off, then toddle off you shall.
We shall
Enjoy the
miss you.
toddling.
Amy, I just found a way to check my viewers without having it at the top. Just have to have your stream open when we share stream.
Please do maintenance occasionally, lady streamers. Anything for you.
We shall. Okay. Back to my reference.
Right, bullets.
Would it be bad? Like, I skim read through, like, one of your stories a little bit? Just a bit. Again, I'm not the biggest novel reader. I need to be really into something to read it, and usually it's fan fictions. I'm sorry, your friend is a degen that when she wants to read something, she goes to AO3 and be like, okay, let's look up if my favorite ship has a fanfiction that not includes sex.
Fanfic readers. On Shrimp, if you insist. Okay, back to Shrimp.
Like, the only thing you will find from me in there are literally those, like, glorified story recaps that are finished products in the end, because I'm awful at creative writing. but like finished products, like I went through your tags that you had and I was like, what do I put this under? Is this a finish or a work in progress? Because both is not correct.
That's mainly just for like if it's got an ending, basically.
Yeah.
So like, hey, like I am like actively still working on this. It might never be finished, or hey, like this is finished, but it's 70 chapters, and I'm not posting all of that in one go, so I'll do it slowly, you know.
Okay, then it was correct to post mine under finish because it has an ending written down.
Yeah.
It's just like it would had how many? Over 2,000 words?
It's the equivalent of manga dex. It is like completed works category. So you know that if you keep reading it, you will get to the end.
Yeah. I hope you don't mind that. It took me, like, I wrote the story, like, but, like, on New Year's. Like, that's when I wrote this entire segment, like, over the course of, like, from, like, 8 p.m. until, like, 2 a.m. Like, from the last day of the year to the new day of the year.
Honestly, I'm just happy people are using it. I don't mind what to put in it.
Yeah, like I put it in my server, but because we had like the talk about like drawing just like one page, like an introduction page, for a webcomic of a story of us, like that we wanted to do just to see if people like the art style, if we like good with the medium and stuff, if that is something we could do in the future, just to try it out. And then I was like thinking, okay, I have so many stories and I cannot really decide which one I should choose. So I was thinking of just like writing this, writing them all down that would be potentials and then just let people pick. And then it took me forever to just write in English, of course, the recap of one story. Because I wrote the synopsis, but then I was like, yeah, but maybe someone wants to read the entire thing and see if that would be suitable for a comic, or if they would say like, no, like the idea sounds good, but like how you want this to go would not work well. And also that way, if I ever forget it again, I don't have like, I have like a variety of stories that I came up with, and I don't know anything about them anymore because it's been so long and I have nothing written down about them. I have maybe like some artwork of the characters I did, and that's it. So
I mean, it's called the forum is called Stories, not, you know, completed published works.
yeah, it's just like it would maybe make more sense to like put them in your server, and when the topic of making a comic comes up again, I just like fetch the ones that I decide were like the best ones I wrote. And that way I could put all of them in your server, and if I'm getting hacked again, they don't disappear. That's a joke, by the way. I'm more careful now.
I mean, yeah, like the suggestion there would be to not get hacked, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like, of course not. I will have them on my phone too. It's just like, maybe it gets me to finally sit down and write down all the ideas I have in my head. You know, and also like have the chance to finally give my characters names.
That's like one of the reasons I posted, is because like people did seem interested in the stories that I was going through the other day, and like I used to write a lot. Like it used to be like my main passion. But this just like gives me an excuse to get back into it if people want to see that.
Someone that writes for you is a ghostwriter, right?
Yes.
I need that. I need someone that is like taking like the absolute crap ideas I have and puts them into like something that makes sense. Like I can come up with like fire plot lines and intricate like plot twists, but I cannot write for dear life. Because I think in scenes, I think in dialogue and pictures. So when I come up with a story, I have like mostly like how the characters interact with each other and stuff, and less like all the other things that happen, you know, that is described around things that are written. The downside is also that I don't read much literature because I get a headache if I do it for too long. So
Yeah, I used to read a lot. That's why I started writing.
yeah, and for me it's like I have so many ideas, but because like how the ideas work in my head, it's usually how the characters like act and interact with each other, like dialogues, like a lot of dialogues, pictures of scenes that happen, and less of a like every time I try to write it, it's hard for me to describe the all around situation and fill the emptiness between dialogues, and dialogues just look like walls of dialogue instead of like a conversation that you see in a normal novel. So my medium of choice would be a comic, because that is how I could express my ideas the best. But making comics is hard.
Everything worth doing is hard. And that's why I keep insisting that I'm worth doing.
That's the newfound asexual. But yeah. It's like I think I could come up with great things if I would have someone that would do the writing for me, and I would give them like the ideas, the character designs, the plot twist and everything, and they would write it down for me. I could just do more writing practice and maybe get better with it. But I enjoy drawing more.
That's one of the reasons I transitioned over to drawing rather than writing, because, like, I'm better at writing. I enjoy writing. But I enjoy drawing more, and there's a lot more of a market for that too, so...
What you could do is, light novel style content. Because like there are like multiple light novels that just like have like a drawn page in between from time to time. That way it would be mostly writing, but it has like some artwork for like impactful scenes or things that maybe are better expressed with a drawn page.
I don't know, bad idea actually, because like I can write way easier than I can draw. So the reason I haven't like started a manga yet is because I don't think I could commit to drawing like 5 or 6 images per page.
Yeah, but like
when I can just write all of that out in the space of like 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm surprised that you haven't thought about like light novel kind of. Like it's similar to making a visual novel. You mostly have it in written, but then the impactful scenes have a CG, and that's the same thing. The same rule you go through light novels. I don't know if every light novel has art in it, but some do.
Do I get kicked off of Webstalk about if I say I've never read a light novel?
No, I never had read a light novel either. I just know they exist. I flipped through one once or so. But then it was like, mostly book, so I wasn't really that. My mom owns like 2 light novels from Death Note. I can just like grab one and see if there's art in there. But I think I saw pictures from a light novel once, and it had like text, and then there was like the picture of the page that had like drawings there. There are also light novel style doujins. where there also sometimes is a picture in the middle. That's also why I know. But like that is like what I thought would be like something that could be up your alley because you're good at writing. It would be too much for you to have like too many pictures drawn. But if you could focus on writing and then you pick like the moments that are impactful to you or funny to you or like would be better represented if you have you know, like just a manga page or just a drawing of the scene.
That's not a bad idea, actually, and you're right. I don't know why I didn't think about doing it in that format, because that's literally like I want to. I have stories I want to tell.
You have ways to tell them.
But my preferred media is drawing, but my easier media is writing. Shrek time! Shrek time! Accidentally in love. Apparently that line is way later in the song than I thought it was.
Like, you have one advantage against me. You can actually write. Like, light novels that would be cool for me too. Like, oh my god, I could like convey my stories and have like, don't have to draw an entire manga. But I cannot write for shit. That's why I had the idea to just like make my Reverse Magical Girl thing a visual novel, because visual novels are still very dialogue based things. So it's like has a little bit less of the describing everything around aspect that novels have. And more of a visual communication based storytelling. What I could do, but still doesn't require me to draw like a thousand pictures to get like half of the story like converted. I draw like what, 20, maybe 50 pictures depending on like how many CGs I want.
Hey, oh, how are you guys today? I'm doing good. I'm finally cracking through some comms.
And talking with Maho about writing, because that's apparently the thing Maho wanted to do today.
We're discussing unexplored potential.
Yeah.
Ow.
Like if you want to try it out, you could just like take a short story you have, like a really short one, like that is, and then just like do one art piece for it. That is like your favorite scene out of this short thing, or the most impactful.
Yeah, most of my short stories are just smut, so.
Do you think Danny would be angry if I just flip her so I can just like draw?
No, I don't. Not even slightly.
Because the reference I have from you is like showing her hair like the exact, like she's saying the exact flip way of how I'm drawing right now. So I was just like thinking, okay, should I flip her hair now? Or do I follow what Amy did and make her head look at one point a little bit bold, because that's how it. I'll see how it looks like when I draw her hair like this.
There's a Balatro in the way of my Maho stream. Where's my Maho stream? So, Danny's design was entirely made by me, with a little bit of input from her. So you don't need to worry too much about ruining her design.
Yeah, like, if I draw her hair like this, I have the feeling this area will look bald.
Well then, do it on the other side. I guarantee she won't notice. Like, I would have to look at the reference image to know which way her hair goes, you know?
I can maybe pull it off. Trying right now to pull it off. That is a very big eraser. I hope her snout looks okay like this. I still like, you know, to give at least the feeling of a snout.
She is a wolf owner, so if you want to draw more of a snout, you can do, but, like, generally in chibis they're quite small. Like, even in the full body I did her snout quite small.
Mm.
Just because I find longer snouts harder to draw anyway, so I do them more stylized. And, you know, I'm the furry artist, so...
I'm making her fringe bigger and bigger with every stroke. Like, every time I notice something I want covered, I just make the fringe even bigger.
I do that all the time, like, mainly with my line art. I would just start off, like, generally quite small with my line art. And then by the time I've gone all the way around, I realize that my line art is, like, doubled or tripled in size. And I have to go back and add some to the first lines.
Do you remember what Danny told you about the scar she has on her cheek?
I would like a scar on my cheek.
Okay. So it was not like, oh, it's supposed to go over the eye or under the eye or anything?
The design brief that I got from Danny basically was, I want to be Luna from Helluva Boss, but I don't want people to call me Luna from Helluva Boss. So I went with that, and I just designed what I could. I gave her the scar because she seems like the kind of typical girl who would like a scar. I gave her the pink, white, and blue hair. But she didn't want the pink, so I changed it to purple.
I would have just given her like the roughy scar underneath her eye, seeing what big of a One Piece fan she is.
I wish I'd watched enough One Piece to have said that that was the idea behind that scar, but, like, no, that was just like, Hey, you seem not like the other girls enough to want a scar.
Well, I will follow your design because Danny said that this is now her official design, so...
Yeah, she literally just paid me 4 character. Like, I literally charged her extra 4 character design on top of the PNG tuber.
Mhm.
So she just paid me to design it. If there's anything you want to change, I am her official designer. So I allow it. Sorry, Danny, you're no longer a furry.
Trying to figure out, like, how I do her fur markings.
This arm is taking longer and longer and looking worse and worse. I knew I should have kept going with this yesterday when I was like still actively able to draw armor.
Do you want some help from your friendo? Let me take a look. What exactly bothers you right now?
It just doesn't look good. Like, this armor here is great. I like this. And I've tried to replicate that on the shoulder pads and this little like Kevlar plate down here. And now I'm trying to do leather.
In shading? Is that what stops you right now?
Just the general design of it. Oh, I did all that on one layer. Fuck. Well, I guess that's stuck there now.
Well, they're at least the colors are apart from each other, so
Yeah, like, so the belt I did that's got the ammo on it, the scuffs in it are on a different layer so that I could color shift and change them and lay them below it. But like, all of the scuffs are on the same layer as the color here.
I think it still looks good. I don't really know why you don't like it.
Because I'm incredibly overly critical of my work. Also, I feel bad that I'm better at drawing furries than people. So Amy looks infinitely better than Wolfie, and it's a con for Wolfie.
Amy, just draw her like a furry and then don't draw a snout. That's all the difference.
Don't you use my own logic against me?
Okay. Sketch done for Danny.
I also really need to learn how to draw without using the blur tool. Because I feel like I lean on it too much and you can very much tell when I've blurred something.
Amy? Amy?
Uh-huh.
I'm literally living on the blur tool. Do you know how much of my shading relies on airbrush and blur tool? This is literally the only thing I can, can do shading well. It is fine to use the blur tool, that's why it's there.
Oh no, I'm not saying, like, I shouldn't use the blur tool. I'm saying I rely on it too much, and I'm not good at using the blur tool.
Well,
Like, if you look at the piece I sent, like, Amy's hair looks really good. Wolfie's hair, you can tell has been blur tooled.
a little bit. That's because you do hard shading, and hard shading and blur tool, like, people can see that. If you would do it like more, like if you would make it, if you shade Amy a little bit with soft shading and a little bit with hard shading, then it wouldn't make that much of a difference. Also, Wolfie's eyes look very pretty. You did a good job.
Thank you.
there.
I was actually really happy with Wolfie's eyes.
Do you know how to mix like blur tool and hard shading? Not blur, soft shading and hard shading.
Vaguely, yeah. So the way I did this, Amy hasn't actually been shaded yet.
It's just her
but
hair.
Wolfie, if I just like drag that out so that I can do this. Like Wolfie, you can see I shaded beforehand because I wanted to try that technique out. And then if I just put the colors back in.
That looks actually not that bad.
Bladong?
I am drawing a commission right now of Also, welcome to chat. Jacobi?
Jacobi.
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 Hi,
The
hi.
girl who's hard to get.
I should give my stream the furry tag now because I'm drawing a furry. I made your character here's recently, and one of my commissions is drawing my wolf friend. Her reference sheet will be on screen soon. I just want to finish the line art first. And I just finished the sketch and now we'll move on to do the line art.
Joe is fine. I don't know how to pronounce my username.
Hi Joe,
It's
welcome
okay.
to chat.
TTS doesn't know how to pronounce my username, if that makes you feel any better.
Also love the Music Man reference there.
Would you think less of me if I said it's a Family Guy reference? I watched a problematic amount of Family Guy when I was growing up.
I didn't like Family Guy. Don't roast me for it, but I just never liked it.
One of those that, like, I enjoyed, like, when I was experiencing it, but I haven't watched it for, like, 10 years, and I don't miss it, and I wish most of my references didn't come from Family Guy.
Okay. Stabilizer working. No, wait. Maho, you were about to do it again. If you color your line art, Maho, listen to me. If you color your line art, then make your line art colored, because that way you can actually see which is on which layer. And you don't have to go back and forth.
Line art, then color your line art.
Yeah,
Ah, yes. The floor here is made of floor.
no, it's if I usually do the line art in black, and then I go in afterwards and color it, like when I have the base coloring down. But then I see like where lines, because everything is black, I could not see where lines were like on top of each other. And I did a bad job with erasing things. So in one piece I did, I made Soleil actually. I colored the line art from the beginning in not the colors I wanted to be, but just like different colors, and that way I had an easier time to see where I should erase something and how I should layer it. And I should do that again. And I was almost doing it not again. Okay.
One Piece. It is the name of the treasure, yes. I think
Yeah.
Family Guy is one of those shows with some good high points and some bad low points. Yeah, that's it basically. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed it as just background noise, basically. That like I could watch the episode once, and then once I'd watched the episode, it was just something I could have in the background when it replayed tomorrow. So I watched a lot of them, a lot of times. And now looking back, I'm like, it wasn't great, was it?
I'm looking forward to see how like they're bringing out D One Piece, which is just like a remake of One Piece, but this time better paced because they don't have to fill in like 20 filler episodes because the new manga chapter is not out yet. So they're fixing the pacing issue. Let's see how many episodes it will get. I recently saw like a comment about that. Apparently, whatever happened in One Piece made it look like that everything up to this point would just not prequel. Amy, help me. What do you call like the beginning of a story before you go? Prologue. Yeah, prologue. They were like, oh, so this was the longest prologue ever, but it would made sense. So Oda said like that One Piece is soon entering its last arc. It's been a while since that comment was made, but you know, One Piece may end soon. I'm so baffled. I have to watch. I watched One Piece almost up like part of the Dressrosa arc. Like that's the most of One Piece I saw, and then I had like a hard time getting access to it. Oh yeah, I heard about that. So far I only watched the Netflix live action. The Netflix live action adaptation is surprisingly good as far as I heard. Because the person that was like the director of this is a huge One Piece fan. So he, you know, because he was a fan, he like kept like, you could, even though he rewrites certain things, he still kept them in a way that you can see them as One Piece. What I think is cool, and yeah, the reboot is like it's called D One Piece. I don't know when it's supposed to come out. I just know it was planned. And people were like baffled that they make a reboot of One Piece while One Piece is still not done. But then it was explained that they just like fixed the, like, you know, the general pacing issue that One Piece has. Because they pumped it out really fast, so they, you know, like they caught up with the manga multiple times during the series, so they put in filler episodes. And filler episodes. And filler episodes. D One Piece. Sounds like
He's nuts.
Done Piece. That's a good one. Like, I'm curious to see how it ends. Like that's the same like what I had with like was waiting for a D's not joke. Welcome to my content and my collapse. I like the same was for Naruto. Like I didn't really watch all of Shippuden. Mainly because I watched Naruto on free TV, and I never like sat down and actually just binge watched like scenes that episodes that haven't been shown yet. But I certainly watched Naruto the Last, which is like the end movie, because I wanted to know how it ended. I know that some Shippuden episodes are after the movie or shortly before the movie. That could be interesting, but like that, I wanted to know how Naruto ended. I wanted to see my boy grow up and finally picking best girl. By the way, I'm not taking any other answers. I'm usually a civil person. Everyone has the right to have their opinion. There's no other right opinion than thinking that Hinata is best girl. At least as Naruto's wife.
I've told this story before, but like I did not realize Hinata was so popular, and that everybody universally was like, yeah, Naruto should definitely end up with Hinata, to the point where like even the author agreed. I thought I was like the edgy girl for being like, oh my god, Hinata's my favorite character. Like I know it's an unpopular pick, but meanwhile, everybody agreed.
Yeah, like, the funny thing is, do you know Sakura is based on the author's wife?
Yeah, you've told me that during a Weeb's talk about, I think.
I'll take your word for it. I haven't seen the show. Ah, that was completely
fine. You're not missing a lot, honestly.
Like the big shows in anime are like, you know, like those are things. You know, like you need to be into them, especially most of the long-term things that are so popular are all shonens. Even me, I'm a very hardcore anime fan, like really, really hardcore. One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, and Dragon Ball are the big ones. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. So, One Piece, Naruto, and Dragon Ball were the big three. Then Naruto like ended at some point, and Dragon Ball is like in a certain stage of like always being revived. Then Boruto came out that we don't talk about. Bleach more or less was just like cut short, and then they just like picked it up again last year and made new episodes.
I love that they just came out of the woodwork one day. Like, are you guys ready for the next episode of Bleach? And everybody was just like, what do you mean next episode? You finished 6 years ago.
Yeah.
You drunk?
One thing I'm looking forward to that I learned recently, D Gray Man was like something that I watched like back in the days, like when I started being a newbie anime fan, and they just in German they just stopped I think even mid-season, they stopped translating it. So you just like you were just done with an arc, and then the new arc should begin. It was not even the end of the series. It was not the end of the season or something, and they just stopped translating it. So I never got to see the rest of the season. And then years later, they were like, oh yeah, we bring out a new season of Decreman. I was like, oh my god, what? You're finishing Decreman? And just like a couple days ago, I learned Decreman, the manga, is still not finished. So I cannot even say, oh, I just catch up with Decreman and finally know how it ends. No! No one knows how it ends! Curse you! There's something.
Decreman was my like my best friend's like favorite manga.
Yeah. I really like Decreman. I literally made an OC for Decreman. That's how knee deep I was in with my friend back at time. Especially my friend was like, she liked 2 characters, and because, you know, I'm the passive friend, I let her have them for shipping reasons. Like, one was her brother, and I didn't like this guy, so I didn't want him. And the other one was Alan. I really liked Alan, but she wanted him. So I said, okay, I take your Abby. I like him too, I guess. Now looking back, one of the best decisions I ever made. Like, have you seen that man? Damn. The past friend. Ooh, that's me too. There's something intimidating about getting back into old shows. So a lot of the shows on my to watch list are newer shows like Spy Family. Yeah, like I completely understand that. That is very valid, especially like really big hitters from the past are like insanely long. And what I can recommend is Fruit Basket because the remake is really good. It's like 3 seasons long. It is not too much. You don't have to watch like the not remake to get all the story. They were very faithful to the original manga material and finally covered everything and didn't like rewrite half of the stories. It's like a cute romantic thing, but also with some drama and stuff. The animation is really good. If you want anime recommendations, first of all, I would recommend you join my Discord server because that way you have always a direct hotline to me. The other thing, give me genre you like and 20 minutes and I may cater to you a list of things you may like. I am certified queen of anime. I literally did an entire game show. I did an entire game show where my knowledge about anime was tested against some other participants, and it was a close call, but I won it. So I'm the queen of anime. I know them all. Yeah, one of my proudest things I did. I definitely will probably make mid-year or end of the year another game show again. Probably also anime related, maybe gaming related. I'm not sure yet. It's a lot of work. But this time I probably won't be a participant. I will probably only be the host. I also do talk shows like every second week. This Sunday we will talk about tabletop RPGs. And 2 weeks later we have Weeps Ramble About. This is just when my co-host and me are sitting together and talk about recent things we did, recent things we consumed. And in 4 week time, yeah, in 4 weeks we have the first Weep Quest. It is the quest is like the quest is to do something creative. Oh, you like Record of Ragnarok? I just see that. There's a new season coming out soon. I'm so hyped, but I'm so sad because I read a little bit ahead into the manga because I wanted to see something, and then I saw Hades comes up next. Let's just say, I will not spoil anything, but I cried. And I'm so scared to watch the new season. Yeah, that's a new season coming out this year. Season 3. I'm so hyped. The Buddha fight was epic. I love Buddha. This man could convert me to Buddhism too. Hell yeah. That's why you're with me. I may not know all the anime news, but I know a lot of them. Watch My Hero Academia. Never watched My Hero, actually. I know a lot about it. I read a lot of smutty fanfics, not fanfics, doujins about it. Yeah. Oh god, Buddha. Oh yeah, Buddha and Gojo are like so similar. I love Buddha. The amount of charisma this man had. Safe. That is a good call, Ethan. This man was called in the arena, stepped inside, and walked over to the human side and is like, "Nah, I'm fighting for the humans. You suck, God." That was the greatest thing I ever saw. I was so happy. Especially after the whole thing with Adam, and I was very upset over this. I certainly... Like, I'm rooting for humanity. But the fact that they put, my boy, Hades into the arena. And Persephone looks so cool. They have like those flower tattoos. It's so nice. Like why Hades? Like, yes, I like Loki too. Loki's great. I hope they don't put him in the arena too, because then I will probably have troubles rooting for someone. The whole Hercules thing was already like tear-jerking enough. What? Next thing, they're pulling out Apollo! I don't know that. Actually, did I show the Apollo?
Apollo's pulling out. Somebody told Alexei.
Yeah, like, I think Hercules would have done the same as Buddha if Buddha was before him. Walked right up to Loki and said, "So, what if I'm a traitor? What are you gonna do about it?" Yeah. The absolute balls Buddha had. Okay, let's do some research. Just so for you to know, Hades and Apollo are my two favorite gods from Greek mythology. I have other ones, but those are like my two favorites. Just to see Leonidas and Nikola Tesla. But yeah. Yeah, I didn't read the manga. I was just looking a tiny bit ahead because I was curious what's like going on with Buddha and stuff. And then I looked what other gods showed up. So I found Hades, and then I knew exactly what happened because the internet spoiled me. Okay, record of Ragnarok, and then we will look for Apollo. Like oh god, he is showing up in the manga. Amy, they're putting my boy into the arena! I'm just scared to look now if he dies! Why is he so hot?
Maho, what have I told you? Don't love things, they'll die.
Cry, VTuber model, cry for me. Jack and Lupo got their own spin-off story? Oh, that's cool. To be honest, as much as I hated that Hercules died, I really liked Jack the Ripper. Like, he was absolutely an absolute asshole. But he was, like, even humanity wasn't happy about his victory. But they had to send someone. Okay, wait. Live upon is the god. Oh. Well, aren't you cocky? If you're going to talk to me, you first need to kneel and then poses. That's so Apollo, oh god. I root for humanity, Apollo. Apollo, you're making it hard for me, you know? Like, Aphrodite's bosoms already made it hard for me to root for humanity from time to time. Yeah, Jack is so cool.
Aphrodite's bosom made it hard. I thought you were ace.
Yeah, I am. But have you not seen the very popular meme of like this woman just having her breast held by two men? That is Aphrodite from Record of Ragnarok. She's not wearing a bra. She has two servants that are holding her breasts for her.
Ah, yes, I googled it and I remember now.
Hades, why are you hot? Let me find a picture. I think By the way, is he fighting with you would think as an Epic fan I would know the god of the sea.
Poseidon.
Poseidon, thank you. I looked at Hades and Apollo, so of course my brain was like absolutely washed. Yeah, Aphrodite is my least favorite character. For me, it's probably Ares and Zeus, like God Daddy, like, no. Yeah, oh, you missed it. We literally, the last talk show was like about Epic the Musical. We are big Epic fans here. Really, really big Epic fans. Yeah, it looks like the weapon he's using is the one Poseidon used, and I'm not sure if that's true, but it certainly looks like it. Okay, let me find like a good piece. Oh god, this is fan art, but I don't care because I will send that to Amy because I need to save somewhere on my phone. Open. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Woo!
You know what? There's nobody in my chat right now. I'm gonna fucking throw on Epic the Musical rather than Pancake Island Radio.
Thank you for the follow. And oh god, it still has like activated the Fansly notifications and when someone follows. She said, let's go! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to my little paradise. I hope you find some happiness here. I will continue drawing in a moment. I have to first over Hades. That is very important to me and my mental health, so give me a moment.
I don't think anybody will fight you for that, don't worry.
Okay, now let's find Discord. And send Amy. Literally, when I designed Hades, or when I was thinking of Hades for our D&D campaign, I recently learned how Hades looked in Record of Ragnarok, and I had a hard time to actually draw Hades without making him look like exactly like this.
We'll continue drawing in a moment, but first I have to thirst over Hades. Sounds like a summary of a Greek myth. D&D just DM'd a session yesterday. Hi, yep, that's me. I'm the DM. I'm the forever DM for my group. We're currently up to... we're doing a 3-year-long campaign. We'll be doing episodes 89 on Saturday. Yes, damn. Yeah, like, I wanted to do a 0 to 20 campaign. So I've been dragging my friends along, kicking and screaming.
We are all like level 17 now? Level 18, level 17, right?
17, yeah. So far I've stuck to mini campaigns. We do a few one-shots. Normally my one-shots are things that tie into the main story. But like we do things like, hey, like 20 years before the main story, here's how one of the characters was almost auctioned off. More recently, we did a one-shot where all of the characters failed a check to get their memory adjusted. Except I told them they passed the check to get their memory adjusted. So we did a one-shot, which was just like, hey, like, do you guys you send me a backstory for if you had your memory adjusted, and we'll run that campaign. And then we dropped at the end that, like, hey, by the way, you guys actually failed that check. I fudged the DC. Congratulations, your memory has been unadjusted. You've solved the puzzle.
Yeah, we are fighting gods right now, but our big BBEG is someone that can break the fourth wall. By the way, frick Wally. Should I?
That's actually a really good example for like an not an underly utilized power, but like the reason Wally can break the fourth wall is because I gave that power to Hot Topic Guy as a joke, and at level 4, it was meaningless. Now that he's level 17 and the big bad evil guy, because I realized that I gave him the power to break the fourth wall way back then as a joke, as the big bad evil guy of the entire campaign, he would know exactly how to use that power. Well, wall breaking villain is a fun concept. Yeah, so in the last session, it ended off with one of the players was DMing, basically, and I was playing Wally. And, like, the big thing at the end of the session was, hey, if you guys all agreed that this was a one-shot, and therefore I win, then I'll give you whatever you want. I can break the fourth wall. I'm the DM now. I literally can give you whatever you want. And I had to tempt each of the players. Not the characters, the players. That was a fun one.
The problem was, like, an hour after the session, I had such a great idea what me as the character and me as the player could have done to scam him out of a favor without doing what he wants. Because my character is mostly a warlock, and her patron is an archfey. It's Persephone, by the way. She's my character is a follower of Hades, and Hades' wife is an archfey, so Persephone is her warlock patron. There are literally scenes of her petting Cerberus. And I was like, oh my...
Dealing with a group of murder hobos. I am actually quite fortunate that my party aren't murder hobos. That is because I give them the combat that they want. So I've got 2 characters in my group who could very easily be murder hobos. I throw really, really big enemies at them particularly to scratch the itch of murdering. That's how I handle it. And I've also like really started to like dip into them participating in the roleplay and try and give them what they want out of that, so that they don't feel the need to walk into any village and say, okay, I'm level 17. I could have everything I want in this potion shop. Another trick is to just give them everything they want in the potion shop.
Because it's empty.
No, they can have everything in the potion shop. Absolutely all of it. Including all of the potions at the back that are marked as incredibly rare, do not consume. You know, the sort of...
Oh no, yeah,
turn your insides out kind of potions.
Yeah, so far the Admiral Combat Strategy has been helpful for me too. That's good. It's a...
Yeah, like the one tip I always give to new DMs is figure out what your players want. So in my campaign, I have got the role players, and I have got the combat junkies who want to min-max. So I make sure that the session is split out so that, like, the combat junkies have got good, challenging, interesting fights to do. And the ability to, like, you know, one of them, for example, is a monk who uses his key points and gets hundreds of attacks every turn. So I just throw enemies in front of him that he can use hundreds of attacks on. And then when that's done, I turn to the roleplay junkies and go, okay, now time to figure out how that fight affected the story.
Yeah, so... hi, I'm a roleplay junkie. If my co-roleplay junkie is not around, I'm literally the group leader. And my character is the most unlead-worthy person. She's a succubus, she's a thief, she's incredibly emotional. She's a bitch. That is the best description for her. She's an absolute massive bitch. she's flirting her way through things, she's scheming her way through things, she is manipulating people to get what she wants. But she has a level of human decency. And her almost girlfriend is on the other side of a portal that she cannot enter because the curse of death took over the place. So she has a very, very private motive to get there, get her girlfriend, and hope that she's alive, or she will literally kill every god. It's not like that she doesn't do that already. But she's very desperate to fix things. Not because she thinks that, you know, world peace and all. No. She cannot have her normal day-to-day life if the sun is, you know, disappeared, the sky is dark, and monsters and dark gods are just like destroying everything. So she's like, nah, guess I will go save the world then.
Yeah. There's a good example for you, actually. So I've got Mahu, who really loves roleplay, and I've got Uwu, who really loves combat. So what I've done is I have taken something from Mahu's character and locked it away so that she can't get to it. And now she has to roleplay her way towards her girlfriend. And the thing that's keeping her girlfriend is literally a series of gods. Now, can you think of anybody who is really into combat and likes to punch things with lots of HP that might be useful in combating a series of gods?
Yeah, like, my character has now become the strategist who is literally just learned everyone's, like, advantages because her magic is mostly mindfuckery magic. I literally seduced the dragon. Proudest achievement I ever did. I seduced the dragon, and then I convinced it to be my friend and my servant. So now I own a giant dragon. But because I don't want to get my dragon killed, I turned it into a phantom steed, and now it's our group vehicle we use when we want to go from point A to point B.
Yeah, I'm far too nice to my players. In the first arc of the campaign we did, they wanted to steal a mech. So I was like, no, you can't do that, not unless you roll well. And of course they rolled well. And they role-played it, like, really, really well as well. They came up with a great idea for it, so I just, like, let it happen, and I gave them a mech. And then later on, they also, they fought a dragon. And she was like, I want to seduce the dragon. I was like, all right, fine, but only if you roll well. So she rolled well, and now she has a dragon. So then in the next arc, I introduced an even bigger dragon, this one made of slime with all the properties of a gelatinous cube. So my plasmoid player says, I want to seduce the dragon. And I said, no, not unless you roll well. So he rolled well. And now the party has got a mech and 2 dragons.
Oh, we also have now a giant tech company that belongs to us. That is literally Amazon of the magic world.
Rule of Cool, DM? Yeah, we love Rule of Cool at our table. If you can make it good for me, this, again, like, roleplay and combat. If the roleplay, what the roleplay players want is Rule of Cool. What the combat players want is Rule of Cool. So as long as you dish it out very, very infrequently. Running player are the bane of DM's plans. Well, my general rule is I don't let my players roll for anything that I don't intend to give them. So as soon as I say to them, okay, you can have the dragon if you roll high enough, that is on the table. That's my rule. Like, my players know that if I'm not going to give them something, I just won't let them roll for it.
Yeah.
But funny is as funny does.
Oh yeah, the last session we had so many nat 20s and nat 1s. And we had to, like, roll good to figure out that we're actually, like, being played in the one-shot, and this is not a one-shot. We had to realize it. The amount of nat 1s were very concerning. And my character has now a bunch of features to re-roll certain rolls, and even then, I was like, okay, so roll a wisdom save. Okay, roll a wisdom save. I mean to say I roll a wisdom save again. Rolls bad again. You know what? No, my character would know that. I will roll again. How many luck points do you have left? 1. Well then, good luck then. It's very fun. Locking them out of stuff even. Hinting that she
Not bad locking them out of stuff if it messes with my own story. It's more of a case of, like, this just would not happen. So if, for example, one of them were to ask to, like, you know, can I seduce the big bad? I'd be like, no, he's gay. Literally would not happen. And that's not me pulling that out of my ass, by the way. That is an established in-law fact. My big bad is gay.
Since when is he actually gay? Since when did you make this plan? Since I hinted that Evelyn would flirt her way into his office?
No, he literally spent all of last session flirting with Layla's twin brother.
So since then he's gay.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know when this happened, but it happened. He's gay now. Oh, Jesus.
Hi, I'm
Jokerbee! What if a male PC wants to do so? Well then, it's entirely possible. But they would have to commit to it.
The problem there is our slime boy, our slime gender not neutral character. He's heavily asexual. Our monk is heavily asexual. That is also male. And then the rest of the party is female. Even my succubus is asexual. She's just not aromantic. She fucking hates sex. She's just like she doesn't want to be succubus. That's why she became a thief. She's scamming people left and right to get her life energy she needs from time to time. Thank God she's a tiefling, so she's not actually a succubus, so I don't have to roleplay in that she has to, like, hug someone and suck out their life force. But to be honest, she would probably still do that. Like, just, like, pulls over, like, one of the soldiers that is serving her at the moment. Like, come here, you have to do a very important job for me. Hugs them, gives them a very intense hot kiss. The person faints, and she's like, ha, I feel refreshed. Now, let's do battle. Being I've yet to have an ace PC, maybe it can be a character next time I play. Yeah, like, the funny thing is, like, I am asexual, like, me as a person. So most of my characters are asexual too, because, unless I want to focus on the story and not of them banging. Our slime boy, the player, is also asexual.
Yeah, we've got 3 ace players and a newly ace DM.
Yeah, so.
So,
But it doesn't stop me from.
It's still a sexual. It's still a weirdly sexual campaign, though.
Like, I'm playing the most sexualized character in this group. Oh, like, wait, let me pull up a picture of Evelyn. Let's see.
Not that one. Not that one.
No, of course not the list. Don't worry, I will not pull up the porn picture I drew. By the way, hi, I'm a not safe for work artist. You can be ace and still like sexual themes. No, what do you think, Amy? The neutral one or the one in the cocktail glass?
You might as well pull up both. It's not costing you any.
Okay. Open with.
Well, have any instances of
Okay.
introducing a real world thing into this fancy world? Like, this celebrity is canon now? Well, my main villain breaks the fourth wall. When he was level 4, he was just supposed to be like a minor lich. He had his lair was completely coated in skulls and cauldrons and books and drapery. So the party walked in and called him Hot Topic Guy. And we all just looked around, just like, do we have Hot Topic in this world? We fucking do now, and this guy shops there.
By the way, I was not a player back then. I joined like 2 sessions later after he was already established to be Hot Topic Guy. So my character just called him that too because I didn't know his name.
There's now a band in my group squad named the John Bovey. My guys love to make the like D&D version of that joke.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I can't think of an example off the top of the head, but things
JDH
like
Co.
like
is Amazon, Amy. JDH Co. is Amazon.
I mean, like, more subtle than that. Like, they will regularly mention like major movies as stage plays. Like, yes, the great bard Rebecca Black. You know.
This character art is from like 2022, and then I redraw her again, like in 2024. Like, look at her. Isn't she gorgeous? I love Evelyn. She's like one of my favorite characters I ever created. I had more character. She's literally dating my previous character. She's like sitting in a cherry martini. I even cosplayed her. I should really like cosplay her again, and this time make photos. But I have this entire cosplay.
You even made the horns.
Yeah, I made the horns myself and the jewelry in the horns. That's why the jewelry looks like a bit of wonky, because that was the first time I drew this, and oh no, okay.
Hey, you make those jokes all the fucking time. Can you think of an example of like the like real world jokes in D&D that we've used?
Try to think about it.
Oh, fucking, I'm an idiot. How the hell did I not remember the wizards on the coast?
Oh yeah, just wait for them to be back, and then we talk about the wizard incident.
I can't think of any.
Well, then you're as useless as she was. Shoots with ray gun.
And weird.
Oh wait, that wasn't a Simpsons reference. That was a Family Guy reference.
Not again.
Not the guy of the family again.
I'm filled with shame.
Why do I feel like that's a Family Guy quote?
You seen Family Guy?
You should always be filled with shame. Okay, wait a second. Same car keeps driving past my window. They must be doing loops around my neighborhood. We are back from maps. Welcome back. Okay, we just remembered something. A very obvious reference. Go on, Amy.
Yes, we remembered a big one. So, do you... were you playing D&D when the Open Gaming license scandal happened?
I'm sorry.
will be. I was not, but I know of it. Well, when that happened, as I said, my plan with D&D was always to make a 1 to 20 campaign. And then they brought out these rules which massively fucked over, in particular, streamers and content creators. So we took a while in D&D, and we or out of D&D rather. We took a while. We went and tried other systems before we eventually voted and came back to D&D. But the way that we left the campaign was I brought my players back to like the main setting and had them like investigating the mysterious disappearance of everyone on the island. And they eventually managed to track the source of the disappearance to a small shack on the edge of the island, filled with 4 wizards. And that is how my party fought the Wizards of the Coast.
We fought the Wizards of the Coast. We did awful things to them. We tortured them. With like giving them wait, what did we do? I think gave them very lukewarm tea that was not good, very cheap lukewarm tea, and I think
so we should preface that with myself and my brother, one of the players, we are British. We are very into our tea. So when I was like, how do you torture these Wizards of the Coast? He was like, I give them lukewarm tea. What did the other players do?
I think I gave them soggy cake.
I seem to remember bad garlic bread happening as well.
I'm not sure, you stopped us when we were trying to torture them. We started to get creative with the ways we could torture them, and then you were like, yeah, okay, we will stop here. One of my players is so chill IRL, and so are his characters, honestly, but he had some of the most brutal kills. Yeah, so my characters are very versatile because I like role playing. But even though I try very much to get at least one win-max character, I'm awful at doing that. So my characters almost do no damage. So every time I do kill something, I start to screech in euphoria. But I gave up trying to kill things. I just settled for the support role. I'm just not the healer because why would I?
We just forget that the second time one of your characters was introduced to the campaign, it was to flying kick a dragon.
Okay, yeah, but you gave me this kill on a silver platter so I would continue playing.
It worked.
I think I would have still be joining this even if I didn't kill the dragon. I came back to be a healer to pick up some of the people that were downed. Not to get the final blow. Even though it was an insane character introduction of her again. The last time she backstabbed the people, and this time she came in to save them. Javelin to the nuts. Ooh. We had Eden over here played a bear that tried to bite off the nuts of a dragon.
Yes, literally just a bear.
I very vividly remembered.
That's one of my favorite little jokes that we've had in the campaign. Eden wanted to play a different character, so she rolled up a druid, and the party met her as a bear, and I just never managed to do enough damage to her to knock her out of wild shape. So for 4 episodes while she was trying this character out, she literally just stayed as a bear the whole time.
And the caveat, the caveat
didn't actually talk.
Yeah, the caveat is she was trapped with one character in a separate space for a moment, and she leaned in and said, no one will believe you. And since then, the character tried to convince us that the bear talked, but everyone was like, "Are you stupid? That's just a bear."
Literally just a bear. What the fuck are you on about?
Dragging these nuts.
No one will believe you is crazy. That legitimately is one of my favorite moments in the whole campaign. Because, like I say, the build-up for that was like 3 or 4 episodes of just not role-playing at all, basically. Just, I follow the party along. I'm just a bear.
I go to the diplomatic meeting of strategic minds on how to fight this war.
All right,
I'm
I
just
forgot
a
about
bear.
that. Yeah, we brought it back as a recurring character before the final arc, because like the rough premise of the final arc is that the dark gods have united, and sent various curses out across the land, and the party's got to go and kill each of the dark gods. So there was obviously like a big diplomatic meeting of like all of the states saying like, what the fuck are we gonna do about these evil gods that want us to die? And we just like had the bear. The bear was just there. Still not talking. Just exclusively there, just to mock the one character.
I'm pretty sure that character's dead.
That
turned
character is
into a
not. Yeah, they're not dead. They're retired. So they drank from the potion that created you. And then they slowly got more and more fox features the more they leveled up. And when they were wanting to like change out his character, I was like, all right, you know what? That's a pretty decent time. Your character is now entirely just a fox.
Like,
One of my favorite moments was the John Bovey thing I mentioned earlier. How a group of pirates kicked down the boss's door with a conga line while singing "Living on a Prayer." That's beautiful. I love that. Oh, we did like an entire Christmas campaign where the party went out to a frozen palace to fight a snow queen. And of course, I filled the entire thing with Frozen references.
yeah, she stole the word
And everybody
Christmas.
decided to make friends with the bad woman because she wasn't that bad, except for one player who decided to attack her, and then we just let her kill that player.
Yeah, that was awful. Like she had like a reason why she acted the way she acted, and we all like we calmed her down, and you know went the diplomatic way, and one character just decided to attack her anyways. We were all very pissed at that moment.
Yep. That was one of my favorite actions have consequences moment, because this character was supposed to be fought by the entire party. It was balanced for the entire party. So when she attacked him, she had an ability that the other party members had to go and interact with him to free him from.
And they didn't.
And of course, he'd just gone against their express wishes, so they didn't, and he just died.
I still love my Charlotte, my cat girl maid cat girl barbarian with the famous quote, "It's not my fault that the world is I'm a strong and brave warrior. It's not my fault the world is so cold." Because she was cold. I love Charlotte. She was such a tsundere.
Like, I really want to go through all of the old one-shots and just like revisit those characters at some point and see which ones I can just add as references to the last like 10 episodes.
By the way, I know I told you afterwards, but did you notice who Charlotte was admiring and was like trying to aim for to be like? Any fun homebrew stuff? Oh god, did we had a lot of homebrew? Oh god. So what was all homebrewed, Amy? Except for literally all the crossbreed races we had.
Oh yeah, I've literally got like so the premise of the original campaign was that the party had to go and investigate like a mysterious company and find out what they'd done with the Prince of the Island. And then they found that this company basically was just making furry crossbreeds. So I actually started up like that entire. I started up that entire race, like as a D&D race that the players could pick. We also use custom stats. We have a couple of extra stats like charm, technology, a rich dress, and
memory?
an unshrimp, if you insist.
We have charm, technology, spirituality, memory, and tolerance. And
and luck. Yeah,
and
we
luck.
just like straight up added luck as a stat. How you doing, Izzy? Also, like, literally the entire campaign is homebrew. It is said in my homebrew world, it literally started out as a way for me to explore like my VTuber backstory and my OC origins, and it's just grown greatly from there. So every time somebody rolls up a new character, we like make their story, we make their race, we make their kingdom. For example, like Maho's last character, she made an entire fucking kingdom that we had to go and save.
Yeah. So, I homebrewed 3 gods. 2 of them are actively used. One is Apollo and one is Hades. 2 are vastly different. We have RNGesus as a god. We have Alethea, what I also introduced, but only very briefly. She was supposed to, like, you know, like, be like a god that is very much worshipped on the main continent because she's the goddess of truth. So, like, this, like, my princess character, very much, like, was not a devoted follower, but, like, at least, like, believed in her teachings of, like, finding the truth. But I never could introduce her. Then Hades, of course. I literally wrote in multiple paragraphs of backstory how the underworld looks like and how the lore system is there. And then I wrote down Hades
The characters
rules.
have never been nor will ever go to the underworld. And yet we have the underworld entirely fleshed out as a setting.
Yeah. I loved Hades' rules for the underworld. It's like the you know, like, if you bring something to the underworld, take it with you unless it was like given as a present and stuff. Like, you know, don't litter and stuff. Don't leave your shit. Don't steal shit. And then the rules get awfully personal. Like, everything in Persephone's garden has to stay in her garden unless it was given by Persephone's hand. Because I said that Persephone had like a garden with almost every plant imaginary. Then like don't feed Cerberus and stuff like this. Like, it's literally don't feed the puppy. He gets more than enough treats, you make him fat. Stop that. And one of my, I think the last rule is like, no one shall use Hades' name in vain. Hades' name has to stay out of the bedroom. The only one who can scream Hades' name in the bedroom is Persephone. I pulled an all-nighter, and then I was like on a very long train ride, and I had nothing to do, so I just wrote that up. It was like the most funny thing ever. Don't feed the puppy. Yeah, so...
Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier, like, make sure your RP characters are involved in the RP. Meanwhile, I've got entire settings, like literally the character that we mentioned earlier that I took from her, and like is now in a state of limbo. She doesn't know if she's alive or dead. That's because I unleashed the curse of death on that entire world. Celeste, which is also one of her homebrew creations that she added.
Yeah, it's it's the realm where Apollo rules as a god. And it's like a very like with a lot of angels and like very light and stuff. And I introduced that my character Evelyn loves Celeste because this is just like a very chill place to be. The merchants there are very like fun and trustworthy. And the angels are fun to tease. She's like her best friend is Alexei, who is Apollo's left hand, and they hate her. Like Alexei doesn't.
And they hate her. Anyway, next story.
Yeah, Alexei doesn't like Evelyn a lot because she's always stealing their credit card and like do bullshit. Apollo doesn't like Evelyn because she sat on his desk and said, "Okay, what can I do for you, Sky Daddy?"
That's the other thing that pisses me off that my fucking characters do all the time. Any big bad evil guy I introduce, any big villain, they all get called daddy.
Yeah, it started with just like renaming like the big demon guy. We didn't know its name, Demon Daddy, and like some dragon's Dragon Daddy, and then it just like became a thing, and it became
the most
like
annoying thing about it. He was the big bad evil guy for the longest time, right? He has had his campaign. He has had his entire arc. You have killed him. I still don't remember his actual name because I call him Demon Daddy.
I have it written down. By the way, I'm the lore keeper, so I'm keeping the notes. I'm the only one that's actually taking physical notes. Let me check for a moment. I'm pretty sure I wrote down his name. Let me find it, okay? That's a good time to like take a small break for me. Anyways, Len, Courts of Magic. Oh yeah, Metal Gear. Metal Gear was also a fun reference. Ooh, got new stuff.
Yeah, that's a fun point on the homebrew. I homebrew like almost all of my monsters.
The Fury of Farinal was before that. Hunger of the Flesh.
Yeah, it would have been the end of the Hungry Flesh.
Okay, let's. Varian.
Varian, that was it.
Because I didn't wrote down Demon Daddy, I wrote down his name.
Good girl.
To be fair, that's the only one where it is accurate. He was a demon and he was a daddy.
Yeah, he killed his daughter. Wait, did he kill you? No, like 2 beholders killed. One of the beholders he summoned killed you.
Oh yeah, that's our other homebrew rule. I am looking forward to introducing Evelyn to that one. So our homebrew rule in our campaign is that if the party fights a beholder, the tiefling has to die.
Oh shit, oh shit.
Eden, do you want to talk about that one?
Tell us about the fate of Therese.
I think everybody gets it from context.
So the party in the sewers in Celeste, there was a load of beholders, and the party fought one. And one of the beholders hit Therese with a death ray, and I started talking about nerfing it, and she said, and I quote, "Don't you dare nerf it. I want this to be authentic." So I death rayed her, and she died, and the party brought her back to life. And then they fought a beholder again 2 sessions later. Much more nerf because it was like a minion to the actual boss. The beholder again rolled a death ray, and again targeted Therese, and again Therese just had it like just few enough HP to survive and died. So it's just like it's established canon now that beholders are just super effective against
Tieflings.
Against tieflings in my campaign.
Well, Therese got reunited with her dead lover, and she got like reborn into like the family of the best friends of her lover.
Who are all now dead due to a death curse.
Yeah, Amy.
Oh yeah, they're also on Celeste.
Yeah.
I was
And
gonna.
if I
bring
had a
up
nickel for every time I
Brian.
killed your tiefling, I'd have a lot of nickels. I should start cashing in.
No. We even got the beholder. Amy didn't allow me to adopt one. That was like one thing. That was one of the first things I wanted to adopt. It was just like a fluffy beholder. I wanted that
A weaker
thing.
version of a beholder called a spectator. There is, but I just like nerf them on the spot. As I say, like most of my encounters are most of my monsters are homebrewed anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm
Saturday.
very like well practiced in.
We stream every Saturday, and so I would like be happy if you would show up to one of the sessions. You can get the DM view if you stream, if you watch over Amy, and the player view over if you watch with me. You hear everything. Just for Amy, you can maybe see some hidden monsters. That would be so great. I would be
Annoying,
happy.
because if I could tell you what they're fighting next session, you would be very excited. But I don't want to tell you what they're fighting next session because two of my players are in VC with me right now.
Don't worry, we won't tell us all.
Each other.
Like, Amy, be totally real. Okay, so we have Layla, our walking nuke. That is maybe a dangerous part to let her know what spells she should like look into first.
Yep.
Me? Me? I'm literally the strategist of the party that cannot hit shit. No matter how long we're fighting, probably Evelyn will be the first one that is getting knocked unconscious again. Thank you, by the way, for last time. Dragon Mommy picked me up and slammed me into the floor. We fought the Dragon Goddess last time.
Don't worry, I can keep a secret.
So
Yeah,
Ivy.
no, this isn't a case of I don't want you metagaming about it. This is like, I don't know how to explain it without giving it away, but like, you need to not know what it is until I reveal what it is.
Just tell me once. Has it to do with fourth wall breaking again?
No.
Thank God.
If you can see this and still hear me, I'm late for my break. That doesn't sound like me.
So you go on break then? Pig?
I mean, probably. I should, right?
You should.
But on the other hand, I'm shading Amy's leg.
That is very important. Amy's legs are very important.
They indeed are.
Now I'm shading Amy's crotch.
I'm halfway done with the line art. On one hand, it's midnight, and I have to help my mom tomorrow and depression. But on the other hand, I could get in another 2 hours, probably whatever I'm doing done. At least the line art.
Up to you. I will still be live because I am not quite finished with one com yet, and I do want to at least make progress on the other one.
So you will take a break and then, oh man, it's midnight for you. Make sure you get some rest soon. Yeah. So hi, I'm from Germany. I always stream like relatively late, just because my day-night cycle is completely ruined. I do get hungry again, and like,
Make yourself some food at the very least.
yeah, I should probably do that. Let me save. Amy, when did you last save?
What do you mean, just? I wouldn't jeopardize 4 hours of progress on a commission.
What was it?
Is
You
that
could
right?
always just end
It is
stream
now
and do
because I
more
hit the
art if
save
you
button
want to
about
get
the
back.
second before I said just. So
Um,
sorry, and what was that? I was interrupting.
Maho, go get food, and you can either end stream now and just do as much art as you want to when you get back, or you can get back from break and decide. Either way, you need to go eat food.
yeah, I probably should.
You
Like my-
got a decent amount done, and you've been doing like art. How much? Like you've both been going pretty hard on it and making good progress.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, awesome, but I gotta head out. Definitely got to be popping into more streams. That would be so great. Thank you so much for finding and joining us. We are so happy.
I thoroughly concur. You're always welcome here.
Thank you for yapping about anime and D&D with me. No, thank you for filling my chat with messages. I was very, very happy about it. Bye
Have a great rest of stream. No, you. Wait a minute.
Okay, I will go on the BRB. It could happen that the BRB turns into an ending. I will decide like now, but I don't want to say that out loud on stream. So give me a moment to think about it. BRB, guys.
Smart Bunny.
Okay, I decided I want to stream, so we will raid into Amy. So just stick around for a bit more. You can continue watching her doing art. She's doing amazing. So, but I will end stream. For the people on YouTube, thank you for watching. Remember to like, follow, and subscribe because that's the thing I have to say. I'm legally obligated to tell you. And I'm happy when you check out my stuff. I probably will upload some Let's Plays soon, so keep your eyes open for this if you want to see me scream and shiver in fear, because apparently people are into that. You can also find me under @vbyte. I'm uploading clips every week. So, find me,
the
my friend.
V-Byte command yet?
No, not yet. I will add that soon. It's on YouTube, just @vbyte, foul and then bite. I had my first hit clip. I was very happy. Until then, remember, little sparks, you're the reason I can shine. Hope see you all again very soon. Until then, bye bye.